Welcome to Vento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Vento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
Hello everyone, welcome along to Fuerteventura. We are getting ourselves ready for what is our 4th day of competition here for the Wingfoil World Tour on the Vento beach. We've had 2 days of freestyle and now we have Freefly Slalom. Had 3 eliminations yesterday and we did start our 4th and we will continue and complete our 4th today. Conditions a little bit lighter than we saw yesterday, so a real struggle for our athletes who will be needing to take out big wings to maximize that speed in what is stunning conditions, but for a wingfoiler, perhaps not as challenging and as windy as you would like. We are getting ready for our semi-final in the men's category, and it's semi-final number 1. We will roll through that, and then we will see the small final and the main final of elimination number 4. We've already had the red flag and the yellow flag.
4, 3, 2, 1, stop.
And there's the start of semi-final number 1. Estrado, Gio, Gasparini, the 2 of them, Capuzzo, Zorzi, Sebastiano, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Malik Umeda.
All right, and already starting off strong, as you can see. That's going to be Estrado up in front on the bottom side. Right there, as your number 1 at the moment, is going to be Roman Gio, as we can see him there on the Gastra Jets. So your top 2, and Francesco Capuzzo, number 33 there with the gong, as they make their way to that first mark, and now continuing all the way up. And this is where the pump track is. Different side now, so now it's a little bit more favorable for the regulars than it is the goofies. And this, as soon as they finish this pump track, Ben, is where they have to tack all the way back. And that's the complication of the course out there today.
Yeah, they've got an upwind leg where they didn't have an upwind leg yesterday. So even though the mark is further to the right than they're facing right now, they can't sail directly to it because it's directly upwind of them. So they do have to tack across to it, and that has already created some different strategies. And Gio goes early, he tacks early, Capuzzo tacks late. Ignore that mark for the moment, they're coming back to that one later. Capuzzo further downwind than Gio, but Gio's got more distance, and this is something we didn't see yesterday and is an added complexity that we heard Bo really wanting to have. Now, I think that closest mark is the one they're aiming for.
Yeah, there you can see a little bit better strategy there from Capuzzo as he has hit that mark first. Now he's going to come around, and then there's a zigzag section towards the finishing line. So Francesco Capuzzo timing that one very nicely.
One of the things that we had yesterday that I don't think we have today is a tack, so we're just jibing through, and that's good because the tack is really difficult in light winds, and the jibe is an easier maneuver. We did see the tack being one of the deciding elements of yesterday, and they're just jibing back across the beach. That was the penultimate turn, one more to the right, and then they will come to the finishing line. Capuzzo has this one sorted, and he will progress through to the final. Gio in second position. Actually, I haven't checked out who is in 3rd and 4th. All very similar white kites there.
Yeah, there you can see the wings out the back. So Francesco Capuzzo is going to be our winner in first place here for the semi-final. There we can see Roman Gio as he makes his way round, and now going to be closing it out as well. That is going to be Luca Gasparini as he is going to be making his way across. And what looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Sebastiano Zorzi. Yes, and there is Jeremy Rodriguez. But Capuzzo and Gio, nice battle from the beginning. Semi-final 1 coming up next. Semi-final number 2 of the men. And we just have some wind readings in. There's about 18 knots, 14 to 18 knots. So they are out there on their big gear. 5.5 to 6 meter wings. It does look like it's starting to increase as it has come out through the afternoon, and we are just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. Fuerteventura World Cup as we are getting ready to go.
Just a reminder of the rankings coming into this. Ratotti still at the head of the point standings, 1.5 points ahead of Riccardo Zorzi with Capuzzo. And Golito Estrada will be disappointed there because he's been 5th, 6th, 6th through the 3 eliminations so far, but he's missed out on getting into the final on that one. So Golito, who is one of our larger athletes, may be more penalised by the lighter wind.
Yes, absolutely, and you could see now. Let's not forget, after if we make it to that elimination number 4, the discard comes out to play. Yes. So they will be able to drop one of their scores, which of course they would drop their worst score. So that we will be seeing a lot of changes. Here you can see the overview right now. So Ratotti in third, Zorzi in second, Cabuso in third, and Bastien Escoffet in fourth. Let's not forget, you can see there was a 10th position for Bastien Escoffet, for example. There's a 9th position there for Francesco Capuso, and there is an 8th position for Julian Ratotti. So those are the ones that they're going to drop, and then it really starts to get interesting to see who is going to be on top of the overall ranking. So now, getting to that point, we are here just going to be going for semi-final number 2 of the men, and then of course mini-finals and finals, and we will see which worst position they are going to drop by the end of the afternoon. So all of the athletes getting ready to rumble out there at the back. Semi-final coming our way. Bastien Escoffet, Riccardo Zorzi, Benjamin May, Martin Tieles, Alessandro Tomasi, the winner of the last elimination yesterday, Julian Ratotti, your current overall leader, Anko Sosa, local boy from Fuerteventura, and Luca Villamet.
Waiting for that red flag to go up for the next of our competitions. No sign of it yet, so we do still have a couple of moments before we get into the next of our semi-finals. Let's have a look then at what happened in the last of our heats. There's the red, so we've got a couple of moments. Let's see what happened in that last one. Welcome along to Fuerteventura. It is day 3 of competition for the Wingfoil World Tour. We're going racing Freefly Slalom, men and women out there.
So coming here as a 2-time world champion from the last 2 years and winning the first event, I'm kind of not too stressed because I know I can do it. I already proved many times that I can be at the top, but for sure every event is separate. Here at Fuerteventura the level is crazy high, everybody can win. So definitely I have some adrenaline in my body and ready to give it all during the event.
So we are here in Vento in this beautiful place, blue clear water. It's the day 1 of the racing, so it's super cool. We don't have so much wind, but it's enough to race, so it's super good to be here.
A bit light and sun is really strong, but yeah, it is the wind that we have, and at least we have wind to compete.
All right, here we go. All right, so
it's
here
tighter.
It is much tighter. You can see there in the middle as well. Alessandro Tomasi starting, closing in nice and easy here on the insides.
Look at the power of the pump from the number 11. And then there's a bit of a gap, and it could be a little battle for that elimination spot because the last 3 pretty close to each other. At Mark 1, number 1, near to the inside of Mark.
Here we can see Viola Lippic on a almost a collision there.
Under real pressure in the pump, she's lost a position to a fantastic pump from Chantal Balanca to the line, and Chantal takes the 2nd position. Very, very tight though. The 2 Gong athletes taking wind away from each other as they come towards the mark. They need to give themselves a little bit of room here. From 4th position up to 2nd. A really good tag, but he goes down in the water.
Tomasi going down.
And Zara really struggling with the pump. Hopefully she hasn't gone down. She has gone down. The leader is in the water. So that, I believe, is the end of today's. Plenty of action from the Freefly Slalom. Men and women to come from Fuerteventura. That's what happened yesterday. And we are now getting ourselves ready to complete elimination number 4. We can call it an event once we've done that. We haven't done... We are starting women's elimination number 4. We didn't start that yesterday. We did start the men's version.
4, 3, 2, 1, stop.
All the men quite far back from the line to start off semi-final number 2 here.
All right, you can see out there out front, we're going to have Julian Ratotti. That is going to be Bastien Escoffet with the Droid SB. Ratotti with the Zaoli. Out there at the very top, Alessandro Tomasi as well, the winner of that elimination number 3, deciding to go a little bit higher. And then on the bottom side, it is looking like Benjamin May and Riccardo Zorzi. So, yeah, it's going to be Ratotti, Escoffet, and Zorzi, your top 3. Tomasi there in 4th.
Don't forget that Zorzi is 2nd in the general standings at the moment, so he will want to be further up than he is. He needs to be in that top 4 to progress into the final, and our leading athletes already into that pumping area, and it's very, very close and very, very tight between the two of them at the head of the field. Escoffet still leading, but it looks like the guys behind were stronger in that pumping section.
Yeah, there you can see that battle there for 2nd and 3rd place, because Ratotti was through just a little bit around. And now here we see the strategy. We saw it before with Francesco Capuzzo. They're going to have to tack back up win. Oh, okay. So there we can see Zorzi deciding to turn first. There we can see on the bottom is going to be Escoffet, and here Ratotti. The mark is a little bit down to the left. So right now, Ratotti is going to be the closest, and Escoffet has turned around. So here they're going to come to this mark, then surround it, and we start the zigzag section. So we have Ratotti in first, Escoffet in 2nd, and then the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th out the back there. It does look like Zorzi is your 3rd competitor right now. Yes, it is.
And Zorzi, having to put an extra tack in there as he came down through the wind, got his line a little bit wrong and really compromised himself. So put him into this pack. This is the battle, really crucially, for qualifying into the final or going into the small final. Seems like, because this last part of the course is pretty simple, Escoffet and Ratotti are going through. Zorzi is looking more and more comfortable. This, though, the battle for 5th, could be anyone's.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Alessandro Tomasi, winner of elimination number 3, coming off of a high there yesterday. Anko Sosa has put in a solid innings. Okay, so Ratotti is going to take the win. In 2nd position, it is going to be Bastien Escoffet. In 3rd, unless anything changes, no, it's not. As you can see, the distance there is going to be Riccardo Zorzi. In 4th is going to be Alessandro Tomasi, and they're in 5th, Anko Sosa. Close race.
Oh, Anko really, really giving Tomasi a run for his money through those jibes at the end of the course. And therefore, Sosa, Viame, and Tieles, and Benjamin May. We didn't see much of Benjamin May. He goes through into the small final, and we have the AP flag up.
Okay, so AP flag. So competition is on standby, where we're just receiving information of why that is, if it's due to conditions or if it's due to something else. But while we're waiting, had a little chat to a lot of the athletes down there this morning, getting a little bit of equipment information. So, for example, the winner of that last heat was Julian Ratotti. He is out there on the Zaoli gear, the new gear from Italy. He's riding a 58-litre Levitas Sports on the Levitas R6. The mast is 113 centimeters, and then his front wing is 480. Then, for example, if we go to the likes of Bastien Escoffet, he's out on the Racer 5.2 from Gong, 79-litre board. He's on the 112 Hyper Race mast and the 440 front wing Hyper with a 150 tail. He is using the Droid SP, even though that Gong does have that also the double skin options, which sometimes on the racing can go a little bit faster. The Gong athletes at the moment prefer to use the Droid because of the Freefly Slalom. They also need to have that maneuverability, so they have to be able to change directions quickly. So there you can see some of the gear stats. If you guys and girls at home want to know any more information about the athletes, what they're riding, what they would ride in some conditions or the other, drop a comment down here in the stream, as it is day number 4 down here for your Fuerteventura World Cup. And AP flag is down, meaning that that red flag is just about to come back up as we will go to mini final of the women.
And in this small final, Lilu Balanka Sophia Gizinger, Leonie Trondel, Lilou David, Hélène Simonet, Chantal Ferreira, and Zoe Sosa. So the usual suspects pretty much in this small final. It's pretty much basically been those 7 women who have been in the small final throughout our 3 eliminations we've had so far. We have seen Sophia, the 11-year-old from Tarifa, moving into the final and swapping positions with mainly, I think it was Zara Maya, wasn't it? Anna Rio made a mistake and she dropped into a small final for one of the competitions. But the fight for 9th and beyond, points awarded for every single position in the small final and the final. We have 15 women, and therefore points awarded from 9th down to 15th.
And there we can see 6.5 meters, so big gear is coming out as the wind is quite light. There we can see little David there in the yellow helmet. That is going to be Sophia. Then we can see Hélène Simonet there with the white and blue gong. And out the back is Malik. You can see him there on the Vayu as he is getting ready for the finals to be coming up. Yellow flag in the sky. Less than 2 minutes to the start. And the wind does look like it's filling in very nicely.
Well, to be honest, it's very similar to what we saw yesterday and the days before. Tide turned at around 1:30 today, was it?
Yep.
And after that, we've always seen the wind following on with the tide up until it then turned again in the evening. And we have high tide, at 7:30 this evening. Hang on. I mean, high tide. My watch is confusing me. So all the way through, we should be safe and we should fill in up until that point. And that should give us plenty of time to get our eliminations. The idea being 7 eliminations and then better winds forecast for tomorrow, especially in the afternoon. And that's where we are expecting our gold final podium positions to be awarded. Really hard in lighter winds to time your start correctly, especially when the gusts come. They're exponentially and percentage-wise bigger than in higher winds.
10 seconds.
And it really affects the prediction of getting to that line at bang on time.
2, 1.
As you can see, way, way back from the line for this one. A little mistake there from one of the duotone athletes at the back there.
All right, and we're going to start to get this one going. You can see Chantal Ferreira was the first one to go across the line, but not having that speed. Lilou David there on the left-hand side with the RRD. Here in the middle with the ozone, that's going to be Lilou Balanca. She is going to be your current leader. And Sophia there on the left-hand side of your screen, as you can see on the Unit D-Lab. Oh, little bit of a wibble, little bit of a wobble there from Lilo. But now she is going to make her way across that mark first. And here, looking like in second position, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Leonie Trondel, but we will get confirmation on that.
Yeah, it was her that was closest to the committee boat, and they've given away quite a bit of distance there. And so herself and Chantal losing positions to the black kite that comes straight into the pumping area. I'm not quite sure what was going on with the... It wasn't our leader, was it? But
no, I think she went the wrong way, basically.
Is that... who is that in second position then?
So that, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Leonie. So there we can see that is going to be... Yeah, so this is going to be Lilou David. So it looks like, from what we've been told by our racing crew, that Balanca has gone down, who was out there on the ozone. So that is Balanca just completing the pump track. So yes, it is going to be Lilou David on the black and orange RRD is going to be your current leader, because now they're going to have to tack up, as we can see, to make it to that mark number 5.
Yeah, so it was Balanca who effectively missed the turn to come into the pump zone and gave massive water. But this has been well sailed, potentially, by Chantal Ferreira. And this is exactly what a sailor really is going to benefit from. We spoke to Bo van der Linden overnight, and she was saying, I want an upwind leg because brings an element of strategy. And now Chantel's dropped off the foil, so all of that work that she's done upwind has now come undone, and she's pumping furiously to try and get back to work. And Lulu David, who'd lost the lead, cuts through, back up the inside, and back into the lead of this small final again.
Yeah, nicely done there by her, not getting off of the foil when she did that tack. And now she is going to be leading. Chantal still not having the opportunity. Lilu Balanki, you can see her there with the ozone just coming towards us. On the left-hand side, that's going to be Sofia. And there we can see Leonie in the back, if I'm not mistaken. But without a doubt, your current leader, as we can see David here. David, as she has got that first position and very nicely. A couple more turns. So going to go for the last mark now, and then we'll be crossing that finishing line.
The flow through that pump section, so very important. She had the momentum going in there, and she was able to carry that through all the way until she could then use the wing to power herself upwind. Going to have to watch out for Chantel Ferrero on that upwind section, though, because clearly she is got the strategy. She's moved herself up into second position in this one once more. Lilu David takes the victory, but Chantel Ferrero, this is going to be her best result so far, coming along after winning most starts, dropping back through the sailing element. She's getting herself into second position for this small final. That will be 10th position overall in elimination number 4.
Yeah, so there we can see Chantal Ferrero, Lilu Balanca making her way across, and Sofia Gizinger, our 11-year-old, throwing down. All right, so next up is going to be the small final of the men. Wind reading just came in, 14 to 16 knots, and there, unfortunately, there we can see is going to be Hélène Simonet, who is waiting to see if that gust can come her way. So yellow flag down, less than we are there for that last minutes, as a mini final of the men are going to be flying towards us here. So in that moment, as you can see them starting to pack themselves together as we get ready here, Ben.
Men all nice and tight together. And in this small final of elimination number 4, Jeremy Rodriguez, Golito Estrella, watch out for him. He's not been in a small final so far. Malik Umeda, first time in a small final for him. Giulio Gasparini, Ancor Sosa, Martin Tieles, Benjamin May will be disappointed to be in the small final as well. And Luca Viame. There's Benjamin May in the middle of shot.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And it's really good at the far end of the course from Benjamin May and the similar winged Golito, I suppose that will be. Golito Estrella.
Yeah, so there we can see it's going to be Estrella. We can see Benjamin May right there in the middle is going to be Giulio Gasparini on the full black. That is the SAB setup. Behind him, Ancor Sosa there with the Mantis, Cabrina, and Jeremy Rodriguez there in the middle with the North Ultra. But yes, as we can see, already starting to make their way around. So it's going to be Estrella in first, May in second, Gasparini in third, Sosa in fourth, and Rodriguez in fifth.
Into the pump section then. Some of these men stronger than others in this particular zone. And you can see Benjamin May closing in on Estrella. Now the next technical element of this course, the upwind leg. Which way do you go? Do you come in towards us like this? Or do you cut back across and go on the other tack? Everyone seems to have the same strategy here. Come out of that pump zone and just haul in. And then very different elements of where you tack. Benjamin May trying to go around the outside here of Estrella. They're very, very tight to each other. And a late turn from Ancor Sosa.
Yeah, you could see what Benjamin was. He was waiting for Goyito to tack. He wasn't going to tack before him. So obviously you can see now Benjamin opening up a little bit to see when he comes downwind here if he can gain a bit more speed. Goyito Estrella, 9 times freestyle world champion on the wingsurf side. Now third is going to be Ancor Sosa. Fourth, we can see Giulio Gasparini here. But Goyito, such an experienced rider. That technicality of that upwind mark, really, it's that middle section that pays off, and now just the zigzag all the way through. Second to last mark here, Estrella, May, Sosa, Gasparini.
Yeah, good upwind leg for Sosa to get himself up ahead of Gasparini. And remember, this is the small final, so points awarded for this one. And we have seen Estrada in all of the main finals so far across the 3. So this will be his worst score of the 4 eliminations so far. Ben has also been very, very strong. And look at Ancor Sosa pumping to the line. Can he snatch Benjamin May's second position? No, not tight enough. So Estrada, Benjamin May, Ancor Sosa, your top 3, and Gasparini losing out in the second half of the course. Slightly longer course as well today over what we had yesterday. And that's allowing these sailors to get a little bit more changes, and little mistakes are coming in, and it's providing us with entertainment. Main final coming up now for the women. And then we'll have the main final of the men in elimination number 4.
All right, so it's going to be Mar de Arce, Nia Suarez, Viola Lipic, Kylie Belouve, Manon Dupé, Rira, Sarah Mylad, and Bowen van der Linden. This is our elimination number 4. And let's not forget, after 4 eliminations, there is that discard that then we will really see to have a look at the overall leaderboard.
What you mean is it confuses things, and we've got to remember that there's one score that needs to be taken out of that overall 4 different scores. This has basically been the lineup that we've seen by the women's competition so far in all of our finals. Very good battle between Kylie Belouve and Nia Thuadieth in elimination number 3, and there was contact between them, and Kylie went down, if you remember, and she ended up slightly frustrated. We didn't think there was contact between the two from our drone, but she was adamant there was. Just a little bit, and certainly not purposeful, but it was enough to put her in the water.
Yeah, really unfortunate, because that was a beautiful battle. They were flying together. But yeah, right now, obviously on that overall, we will see that it is Nia Suarez in first, Kylie Belouve in second, Mar de Arce in third, Lipic in fourth, and Manon Dupé in fifth. Now, this is where it will all change after that elimination number 4. No flag in the boat, less than a minute to start. Very, very important for both Kylie and Nia, because they are neck and neck. Nia has 2 wins, Kylie has 1. Both of them have been seconds. Let's see what is going to happen here, as they are going to come down to the wire, turning around, and we are getting ready to go.
Yeah, presumably Kylie's drop into the water. She managed to get back up to 4th position with that, by the way, but it will be a worse score, so she might well drop that score when it comes to the end of our elimination phase. But as long as she's in the top 4, then we're likely to see her progress anyway into that gold final.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Top 4 women slightly behind the line, but very good start from Viola, closest to us. She's got Winwood, but actually hasn't quite got the speed heading towards that first mark.
Yeah, we can see their pink helmet with the duotone unit. D-Lab is going to be Nia Suarez, your current leader. To her left with the yellow helmet is going to be Mar de Arce. Let's not forget she has a broken labrum, a shoulder injury, and she is pulling through for us. At the top there is going to be Kylie Belouve, as you can see, our Nil Pride athlete, and right behind her, silent but deadly, Manon Dupé.
Yeah, Manon's been really, really strong. She's getting slightly squeezed there by Kylie as she makes her some space for herself through the first mark. But it's really the pumping area that the women have traditionally really struggled with yesterday and even today. So let's see how they get through this one. Good pace, though, going into it from Nia, and that's so important.
Yeah, you can see her changing the hands now. So she is going goofy there on that pump track behind her. You can see Ma is also going to be going regular there. So obviously right foot forward, left foot forward. Pick your poison. But it is this technicality. Manon Dupé trying to hunt down Kylie here. A little bit of a battle. Ooh, Viola dragging that wing. Just managing to get through. And now watch out. Bo, as she is a very technical sailor. And if there's something technical in this course, it's this upwind section. We've seen athletes not time it right. Kylie turns first. Ma turns second. Nia turns third. The question is, who is going to make that mark in first position?
Nia's turning very, very late. Look how close she is to the mark to then turn through it. No, she's not going to that one. Yes, she is going to that one.
Meanwhile, great riding from Nia.
Look how much distance the guys further back have given to Nia by sailing that far out. And of course, the wind direction slightly changing as well. It will be Ma in second position, Kylie in third, And it looks like Bo's moved herself up into 4th position, although slow on that transition, and Dupé comes through the inside of her.
Yeah, so there we can see Dupé just getting the upper hand, but Nia Suarez here on the bottom left of your screen, your current leader. Mar de Arce there at the top. We can see the Neil Pride in purple is going to be Belouf. And the battle for that 4th and 5th position in between Mano Dupé and Bowen van der Linden. But here we can see Nia going to be going for that final mark. And then it's home straight. Great strategy from her in that technical section in the middle of the course.
Yeah, that upwind leg, she sailed that very, very well. Got all the way down close to the mark. Now she comes to the line, and it will be Thuadier who takes the victory once again. 2nd best result so far from Mar del Arce in 2nd position. Kylie 3rd, so another one she'll be wanting to drop, and Bo has managed just about to hold on in a great battle between her and Manon Dupé for 4th spot.
Yeah, incredible there, because what that's going to mean is Nia is going to drop that 2nd position, so she's going to have 3 wins. So she is going to be our number 1 coming out of elimination number 4. We continue on with the final of the men. There you can see number 10, Goyito Estredo. And there we can see number 73, Anko Sosa, together with Martin Tieles. A little bit of fruit, but now, final, here we go. Francesco Capuzzo, Roman Gio, Luca Gasperini, Sebastiano Zorzi, Julian Rototti, Bastien Escoffet, Riccardo Zorzi, and Alessandro Tomasi.
Luca Gasperini down in 11th position right now. He is the lowest of those athletes in our final, with only 1 appearance in a final in elimination number 2. But the rest of them in the top 6 positions, I should say, because Golito was the winner of our small final. He sits in 7th spot. But the usual suspects, therefore, not too many upsets. We saw Ratotti swimming in elimination number 3 and ending up last in the final of elimination number 3. We saw Capuzzo not make it into elimination number 2 final. Bastien didn't make it into elimination 1 final. So the consistency of Riccardo Zorzi is why he's up there in 2nd position, has always been in the final.
Yeah, he's really throwing down the hammer here as well. And like you say, he's had a very consistent run. The top athletes, they've had good runs, but then a really bad result. But once again, after this 4th elimination, there's 1 discard. So that is where it really will shake up. Of course, Julian Ratotti coming into the day as your 1st and overall leader. He is nice and fast out there on the Zauli, but Bastien Escoffet together with Capuzzo, the Gongier known for its light wind performance. As we can see, 14 to 18 knots, the latest update out there on the course. As they have less than a minute to go, they start to turn around, and this is where they start to pack together.
Yeah, it's nice to see there's a little bit of combat sailing when we get to the final of the men's. They like to crowd each other out. They like to steal each other's water. It's not just a simple case of getting around the course. There's that match racing element that we see from traditional sailing that creeps in as well.
Seconds.
Seem a little early to the line at the moment.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, what an equal start, and what pace from, is that Capuzzo closest or Benjamin Escoffet?
There you can see Escoffet there on the bottom, timing that beautifully, but watch out, Roman Gio there on the Gastrojet in the middle, starting to hit the throttle and go, go, go at the top with the black RRD is going to be Alessandro Tomasi. Escoffet falling a little behind here, but now they are starting to bring together. So, 1st position, Alessandro Tomasi with the RRD. In 2nd now is going to be Francisco Capuzzo there on the gong, but now pretty much even up with Roman Gio here, and then the 2 gong athletes. Wow, this is a close one.
Gio wide at that first mark. Thought he was going to let the 2 gong athletes come up the inside of him. Wasn't able to, and they're very, very close. Escoffet and Capuzzo, 4th, 3rd position in the pumping, and look at almost synchronized pumping from the 2 athletes.
That's what I call teamwork right there, as they're going to be coming around. All right, Capuzzo had the better strategy on this upwind before. Who is going to be the first athlete to turn? Because once one goes, the rest will follow. Looks like here we can see Francesco Capuzzo starting to have a look over his shoulder. No, it's going to be Gio who makes the decision. Then Tomasi is going to follow him.
Oh, this is great. From the those two gong wings looked like they were really able to sail close to the wing, and Escofet almost taking the lead here.
Yeah, but watch out. Great riding here from Capuzzo going into second position. This is what I call strategy. Now it's time to fly. Tomasi in first, second Capuzzo, third Escofet, and the battle is on in between the two Italians for the 1 and 2 positions here in this elimination. Watch out, Escofet is following in.
Capuzzo ahead of Escofet, and those two gongs were so good on the upwind leg, not good enough to get past Tomasi, who hasn't yet taken a victory in any of our eliminations. He did yesterday? Okay, in the elimination number 3, Gio's really faded on this one though, hasn't he? And Ratotti just not featuring in the top 4 at all.
Oh, watch out. You can see Capuzzo is throwing out. Oh, he claims it to the drone. Forza Italia. Alessandro Tomasi in first position. Francesco Capuzzo in second. Bastian Escofet in third. And Roman Gio in fourth. What a battle.
Great racing. Unfortunately, though, we're having to wait quite a long time for Julian Ratotti. He'll be scratching his head as to what happened. He was our leader before this elimination round. He may well drop away from that lead now. Also, Riccardo Zorzi not having a particularly strong run in that one. The usual suspects, as I said, the worst score can at least be dropped. Ratotti was going to be dropping an 8th, though. An 8th position from the last one where he dropped it.
Wow, what incredible riding there from Francesco Capuzzo, because he timed that right and squeezed his way in front of Escofet and Gio. And there you can see a little bit of frustration there for Luca Gasparini. So that is going to be it for elimination number 4, as we will have red flag for elimination number 5 at 3:30.
15-minute break then. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that final before we take a tea break.
Welcome to Vento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Vento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Fuerteventura. We're getting ready for our elimination number 5. And we are hoping to get another 2 eliminations through to elimination number 7 by the end of today. And that will establish our top 4 that will then go through into our final tomorrow. We do have better wind scheduled for tomorrow, especially in the afternoon. And so it should be nice and spectacular. Alessandro Tomasi there, our winner of the last elimination in the men's category. He now has 2 wins to his name, the last 2 wins to his name. But as you will see from our full points graphic, doesn't yet lead in our elimination general event ranking because Francesco Capuzzo has had 3 second positions, and Tomasi's third score, we've had 4 eliminations, but we are allowed to now ignore one of those scores. His third best score is a 6 points, as you can see there, and that has meant that he is just that little bit further down, so a 1.5 off Capuzzo. Ratotti and Escofet on the same point, 7.7, after not a particularly good one for Ratotti on that last one. It does mean that Romain Gio drops out of the top 4, and more significantly, Riccardo Zorzi, with that disappointing finish, only 7th spot on that last one, has dropped now into 6th position total. Yellow flag up, so we are going to go racing for the men in a few moments' time. And who is in this first elimination? It will be Bastien Escofet, Luca Gasparini, Anko Sosa, Martin Tieles, Sasha Payet, and Joshua Newman. Both Sasha and Josh will be looking to try and progress, having missed out so far. There in the shot is Joshua Newman with very long hair, the German 14-year-old. Is he 14? I just made that up. Maybe 16. No,
I think he's 14. Yeah, one of the smallest athletes we have out here. Actually, the smallest athlete we have on the men's side. But as we mentioned, he was the first athlete at that registration. Punctuality already in him. That's definitely going to be the German in him. And he has getting ready, as you can see him out there on the Vayu. Wind readings just come in, 14 to 18 knots, and then the occasional gust of 20 knots. So increasing ever so slightly, but still everybody out there on the big gear because it is on the lighter side.
Yeah, and therefore for those lighter riders, those less strong riders, really, really tricky. We've got somebody going down. I'm hoping that's not somebody in this race. Here we go then for elimination number 5.
1.
All right, so a good start. You can see from the bottom is going to be from the bottom is going to be Martin Tieles. At the top is going to be Bastien Escofet. Luca Gasparini here with the white and red duotone. And there we can see with the Cabrina is going to be Anko Sosa and Sasha Pellier there with the F1 Strike V5 with the Alula. But Escofet comfortably in the leads, cruising at the moment.
As you'd expect, has been in those finals all the way through our eliminations yesterday, and it was one of our athletes dropping it at the start. So is that, well, it's not Anko Sosa, is it? It must be Gasparini? Luca Gasparini?
I think it's going to be, no, it's not Gasparini, because that Gasparini is there in that second position.
Okay.
So obviously someone is using a wing that isn't registered. There we can see Newman at the back. But anyway, at the front of the pack, there we can see Bastien Escofet, Luca Gasparini, Anko Sosa, Martin Tieles, and Sasha Pellier. Your top 5. 4 go through.
Now to this upwind mark. How close can you be to the wind? And that's where the pump will really work. And we saw how good Bastien and Francesco Capuzzo were on that upwind leg. Look, in fact, the wind has shifted, so he hasn't needed to do attack. He's worked really hard. Everybody else is putting attack in, as they were expecting to do from their experience. Escofet's read that incredibly well.
I mean, just look at the difference. He has made it without doing that tack, as you said there, Ben. That just shows how the experience of one of the veteran riders we have here has been from the beginning of the tour. And right now, that Gong athlete is pretty much on a victory lap. He's a decent 100 to a 150 meter lead, as he's already going to be making himself to that final mark. Gasparini second, Sosa third, and the battle for fourth in between those last two.
Yeah, Paye and Tienes both sort of at times being into the small final, at times being knocked out. Bastien Escoffier easily over the line, but almost a cheat code, that one, wasn't it? Without needing to do any turns. He read it well. Obviously, the wind with a slight shift because the upwind mark is there to create that challenge of tacking upwind. But he was able to do it without the need. And over the line, second for Gasparini, third for Sosa. And it will be Tieles who gets fourth spot, even though Paye was desperately trying to push on with Josh Newman. It was Josh who was the one that fell before the start. So red flag out for the next one.
Yeah, and great. I mean, that is a great read from Bastien. Started off nicely at the top. And there you can see falling in the back. So that is, I reckon that's going to just be an athlete warming up. Because we can't see Joshua who didn't make it there. But into the action, Escoffier, as he started off there on that first mark in first position. But it was when he went past that pump track and didn't even have to tack. You could see him pumping his way all the way to the finishing line that we could see there. So great racing from Bastien Escoffier. And next up, we have our current overall leader is going to be coming out onto the water. And I know he was definitely looking at his teammate's strategy, as it does look like there's been a little bit of a wind shift. So Francesco Capuzzo, Riccardo Zorzi, Benjamin May, Malik Almeida, and Victor Leroux are going to be your 5 athletes. And let's not forget, 4 athletes make their way through to the semi-finals, so only 1 won't be making it through.
Yeah, and we saw Malik make through into his semi-final in elimination number 4. That was the first time he was able to do that. I'm not sure we've seen Victor Leroux into any of the... Yes, on the very first one, we did see him getting through into the small final. He finished last in the small final. But it'll be those 2 battling it out over that 4th position. Actually doesn't matter if you finish 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st, as Kylie gets herself ready to go back out there for the women's side of things. Because there's no points scored in these elimination heats. You're just progressing through. So whether you're finishing 4th or 1st has exactly the same effect. The only thing is you don't want to be eliminated. And actually you don't want to really take your foot off the throttle either, because if you do end up making an error and dropping off the foil, it kills so much of your... Well, it hurts so much, and there's so much effort to get back up on the foil that could easily mean you drop out.
And you can see there, no, excuse me, that is going to be number 56 for some reason, trying to make his way back up. But here we go.
3, 2, 1, good start.
Yes.
Oh, the guy's nice and far back, not quite timing that one right, or at least from our angle here. Capuzzo there at the top. May is going to be there with the yellow helmet in the duotone. Down here we can see Malik as he's out there on the Vayu X race, Spanish colors. And in the middle, we can also see Zorzi, and that is Sebastiano Zorzi in the water instead of Riccardo Zorzi. So it looks like there was a mix-up. So Sebastiano Zorzi out there on the Roberto Ricci. So Capuzzo, May, Zorzi, and here we can see Malik Almeida and Victor Leroux. Your 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. Francesco pumping his way. Let's see if he has the same tactics as Bastien. They're on very similar equipment.
And we saw how good they were in the final of the last elimination, as we got Victor Leroux down in the pump track, I'm afraid. This is a much better run of things for Malik. He's right, giving the others a bit of hassle here. Now, that, I think, is the boy they are aiming for, the closest one to us. And look how... That was a great shot, actually, from our camera down the ground, showing that they are now able quite easily to get to it, although I'm actually wondering whether it's further to our left-hand side.
Yep, it's up the top.
Yeah, so there's again a wind shift because Francesca Capuzzo having to tack, whereas Bastian didn't need to do that. So,
I mean, that could be the deal breaker. If Bastian's able to hit that in the final as well, and he read that wind shift ever so slightly, let's not forget the angles and getting ready there. But, I mean, that gave him 100 to 150 meter advantage. Yeah. So now second position is going to be Benjamin Mays. You can see him there on the purple and yellow duotone. In third is going to be Sebastiano Zorzi there on the white RRD. But without a doubt, Francesco Capuzzo, as he has separated himself from the pack and is going to be going to that final mark. One more jibe. Nice and clean. Your gong athlete hailing in from Italy. And current world number 1 and current ranked number 1 here in Fuerteventura.
Nice and easy for Francesco for that one. With only 5 in, there was not a huge amount of pressure anyway. But really interesting to see that wind is slightly shifting around. It wasn't a consistent shift. Bastien Escoffier experienced a shift, but it shifted back for this particular heat. And that's where these guys are really going to have to read exactly what's going on because, as I say, it was a shortcut, effectively, a cheat code for Escoffier that wasn't available to Capuzzo in this one. And he would have been looking at it and thinking, well, that would be nice to do if I can. Capuzzo, Zorzi, May and Umedo go through. Victor Larue out of that one.
And here we can see the ladies, Lilu Devi there in the middle, Bowen van der Linden on the left, and there we can see Zara Meinert. Nothing but smiles down here in Fuerteventura. The sun is shining, and Freefly Slalom is flying. So here we go, heat number 3, Roman Gio, Julian Rototti, Giulio Gasperini, Jeremy Rodriguez, Wally Benhamo, and Alberto Sizia. So 2 of the local boys from Fuerteventura, number 5 and number 6. As they are going to be getting ready to go. Your heat number 3 of elimination number 5. Idea is to get to 7 eliminations today.
Yeah, and the wind is not strong, clearly. Not necessarily Fuerteventura as we would expect, but you can see in the hair of our guys down on the beach, guys and girls, it is still blowing. It's not record-breaking winds, but it is enough for us to go racing, and that's all we really need. And it adds a different element, doesn't it? You can have windy, strong days and windy, strong competitions, and you can have other days which are light, and you need to be a complete sailor to be able to deal with them all. .5 north being pumped up there.
Yeah, and then size-wise, we could see 6.5s were out before in 6s.
Trying to work out who that is because there's no female athlete on a north. So
I think that's one of the smaller. Well, I think that's one of the smaller family members getting ready.
Just going out to have some fun. Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't you go out here in Fuerteventura? If you're down here in Fuerte, make sure to check out Renegli Center by Melia, right underneath the Melia Hotel, which is actually the inauguration of the Paradis, the 5-star hotel today, where everybody is starting to enjoy, once again, this beautiful location after being closed for a year and a half, that hotel.
I did see the pillows being plumped this morning.
Oh, yes.
So they are expecting their first guests. It'll be interesting to see over the next couple of days.
And just to respond to you here, Dan, so we have 14 to 18 knots out there at the moment. Wings, they are on an average of 5.5 to 6.5, depending on the athlete. And at the moment, on the lighter side, as we get ready for heat number 3 of elimination number 5.
Nia down on the beach, having taken all of the victories bar 1. Elimination number 2, she finished second to Kylie. But a perfect score for her because obviously dropping that second position. And she is a woman who has taken victory in every single one of these competitions over the last couple of years. She's undefeated in this discipline when it gets to finals. And I'm sure that is frustrating her competition, especially as we saw yesterday, a little bit of conflict between Kylie and Nia. And we know that Kylie can get herself frustrated, and I'm sure she is by that stat. Because in the French Championships, she's pretty dominant, Kylie Beleuvre, and a very, very strong competitor. even alongside the males that she trains with. But Nia Thwadieth, strong in the waves, world champion in the wave discipline back in Cape Verde. She is looking to get the world championship in the freestyle and also certainly on course for another free slalom. That is Lilu Balanka getting herself ready. And now the red flag flies for our next one. Athletes just sitting there.
Bastian just chilling.
Yeah.
Bastian just chilling out there on the start line. Nice and close there from Gasparini. So elimination number 5. Heat number 3, as we can see. So there, Balanka getting ready to go out. As she starts to pump up her gear. 5 meter there for Balanka. So a 5 meter wing for the women. And as I mentioned before, about 6 and even the 6.5. I saw the North Mode Ultra 6.5 by Rodriguez was being pumped up, as it was a little bit on the lighter side, but we now 14 to 18 and the occasional gust to 20. And as Ben has been saying, we've had a couple of lighter days, but we know from one day to another here it can change in the blink of an eye. And there we can see it. Manon Dupé, for me, being crowned silent but deadly, as she has made it to the finals of the freestyle. And there she is, smile before she gets out there on the water. And number 14 there, you can see Nia Thwadieth as she's getting ready to go out as well. Yellow flag in the air, less than 2 minutes. Jeremy Rodriguez there at the back. And there we can see Ratotti, Gasparini with the SAB setup. And out the back, that's going to be Wally Benhamon, if I'm not mistaken, as they get ready to turn around and bring themselves back towards the committee boats to start off this heat number 3.
Didn't start particularly well for Jeremy Rodriguez in the first of our eliminations, but progressively got better. It's been in the small finals ever since being knocked out of that first round in elimination number 1. Gasparini's also found himself, he's never been knocked out of a heat, but he has found himself in the small final. And not to get out of the heat element of this, Walid Benamou still waiting to get himself into the small final. So that will be his target. Alberto Sitzer has managed it in elimination number 2 and number 3. Still some discussions going on. We've got 6 athletes in this one, so we are going to lose 2. 4 go through into semi-final number 2 to join those who are in heat number 4.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, look how late the guys are on that one. Very, very late to the line. Doesn't really matter because they're all in the same pack, but there was an opportunity there to jump the gun and nobody took it.
All right, so starting, as we can see already there, Roman Gio with the Gastrojets front and center, just a little bit ahead. That is going to be Giulio Gasparini is going to be there in second position. In third position is looking like it is going to be, I think that's going to be Walid. We'll get confirmation. No, so excuse me. So Ratotti first, Gio second, and Gasparini in third. And there we can see with the north is going to be Jeremy Rodriguez. Your top 4 here in heat number 3. Aho, and Walid goes down.
That's a disappointment for the local to be swimming in the water. And that is almost going to guarantee his elimination from this one. The pretty close for that all-important 4th position as Gasparini loses a spot. How good can they be coming down upwind now? Julian Ratotti off the wind, and look how good Gio is. Gio much tighter. Gasparini having to tack behind him. Not Gasparini, sorry, Ratotti.
Yeah, so but Roman here, is he going to get in front of him? Oh, is Ratotti going to go on the inside? They're close. No, the perspective. So Roman Gio is going to be your leader. Second position is going to be Ratotti. Let's not forget, top 4 get through here, so they're not going to push as hard as before, knowing that they have that distance. Gasparini in 3rd, and what looks like, yes, Jeremy Rodriguez in 4th. Top 4 make it through to the semifinals.
Alberto's sister, therefore, being knocked out at present, but it's very, very close for that 3rd position, and a couple of good jibes. It's actually, I think, Rodriguez in 5th here with a 62, because the North Sail is sister, but it's very, very close, and Rodriguez won't want to be eliminated. That looks like Rodriguez coming past sister, but that's still got a couple of turns to go. He's on the outside. There's another turn to the right.
So you can see they've dropped the size of the wings as well, as we've got a 4.8 out there, so 5 meters at the moment on average is the name of the game, and we can see that battle at the back. So Gasparini, and here it is going to be Sitsia. Rodriguez is pumping. Sitsia can we get past? And they do. Oh!
Good battle.
Very good battle. Close all the way to the ends. As we'll get confirmation on that, but there's some tight races today.
That's Alberto Sitsia's 3rd progression into the semi-finals. And I'm afraid that's Jeremy Rodriguez's 2nd elimination. He's up in 12th position, is Rodriguez, but that is going to hurt him somewhat. Good racing for that 4th spot, that all-important 4th spot, and interesting to see the different tactics between Ratotti and Gio at the head of the field, both tacking at different points. You do have very few of those sailing rules applying to this element, but there is the priority when you have a cross like that coming from starboard and port. And there was that start. In fact, it was about 3 seconds off this start, but very, very tight at the far end into Mark 1.
Yeah, and then that battle in between Ratotti and Gio there. But then it was at the back in between the 2 good friends of Rodriguez and Cynthia. But there you can see Walid going down, unfortunately, on at that jibe. And then it was as close all the way to beginning. Ratotti turning around there in 1st. And then this battle in between those 2 Norths. About 2 meters separating them to the end. But only the top 4 can advance. As we move on, heat number 4 is going to be coming our way. And it looks like there's discussions out there because the red flag has still not been risen into the air. And here we can see heat number 4, Alessandro Tomasi, Sebastiano Zorzi, Goyito Estredo, Luca Vieme, and Angel Granda. And Sebastiano Zorzi, actually, it is Ricardo Zorzi. So we do apologize. It looks like there was a last-minute change due to a disqualification.
Ah, right, okay.
So
it's not just a mistake of the 2 brothers getting mixed up.
No, it looks like there was a disqualification as we are continuing on here in round number 1 of your 5th elimination of the men. Wind has increased ever so slightly. As you can see, athletes have gone from 6 meters, 5.5, 6 meter wings, and they're now out on 5s to 4.5s. Obviously, let's not forget, so bigger athletes, smaller athletes, but your average, you can see that it has slightly increased. As we get ready, we can see there in the middle, it's going to be Alessandro Tomasi. Here we are on the left-hand side, that is Goyito Estredo with the duotone. Luca Vieme there with the Strike V5 from F1 with the Alula. And waiting for it to start.
That's Sebastiano Zorzi holding onto the committee boat, I think,
yes,
in 57. So in discussions there with the committee.
And that's his brother. So there's a discussion there in between the 2 Zorzi brothers of what is happening. So waiting. All right. Okay. So AP flag in the sky as we are on standby. And without a doubt, it is because of that issue in between the 2. As I can see the 2 Zorzi brothers sitting next to the committee boat.
We've seen Zorzi number 1 already participate in this particular competition. So if there has been some kind of mix-up there, then do we have to go back to that heat? Because that was 2 heats ago, wasn't it?
I do know the issue is with Ricardo Zorzi, so number 56, and not Sebastiano Zorzi. So Ricardo Zorzi was with the issue as we're waiting for information to come in. But as you can see,
They've sailed off now.
AP flag is in the sky. So we are on standby right now.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Red flag is up for the next heat, and therefore we can continue with our action here in Vento, Fuerteventura for the Wingfoil Freefly Slalom. Stop number 2 of the tour for them. We had an event in Le Cat for their opening weekend, but where we saw the freestyle in Tarifa, we did not have a slalom there, which means this is the second stop on their tour for this year, with Nia Suarez and Francesco Capuzzo leading both of the competitions. We think we are in elimination number 5. We know we're in elimination number 5, and we are expecting heat number 4 to come up, which should have Alessandro Tomasi, Golito Estredo, Luca VM, and Angel Grande, and one of the Zorzis.
All right, so getting ready here for that heat number 4. Tomasi, Zorzi, Estredo, Viamet, and Granda here for the final heat of that elimination number 1. There was a AP flag for a little while, as there seems to have been a situation with Ricardo Zorzi that we're waiting for information to come our way. There seems there was a mix-up from the information going out to who was in the heat, so we will try and get that back to you as soon as possible. But there has been no disqualification. There was mention of a disqualification before. There has been no disqualification of Zorzi. So getting ready for that heat number 4. Idea is to go through 7 eliminations as well. That has been confirmed. We're just 4:15 in the afternoon. So it looks like it's going to be a long afternoon, as the forecast actually says increasing winds ever so slightly, but we are still at around that 18 knot mark. The wing of choice around the 5 meter for most of the riders. And here we can see them starting to come towards us as we're getting close to that green flag.
Interesting start. They've all been pushed very, very far away from the committee boat, and they're all in a nice little bunch heading up towards the first mark. Just 5 in this one. Only 1 will be eliminated.
You can see from the top, we have Alessandro Tomasi, the winner of the last 2 eliminations. That is going to be Golito Estredo. There I can see Ricardo Zorzi there in the white. Behind him is going to be Angel Grada. And there we can see is going to be Luca Viamet. But Tomasi, okay, going into second, Ricardo. Nicely done.
Ricardo Zorzi, nice and fast into that first turn. He's a little bit further downwind from Estredo, and it hasn't been a very good first turn from Tomasi. He's going to drop down into 4th position here.
Oh, watch out for Granda. Let's not forget Olympic windsurfer down there in Tokyo, representing Spain. And one of the things we've seen here is very, very technical. And let's not forget, as soon as this pumping track is over, there is the technicality of the middle of the course where they have to... Oh, he does get the switch to the feet, and he gets back up. Tomasi is down. This is devastating, the winner of the last 2.
VMA was good through the pump section. So good that it's really ruffled Tomasi. And Tomasi's won the last 2, as you say, Joe. May well be eliminated from this one.
There you can see Zorzi having a look past Tomasi. First one to turn, though. So you can see the top black is Alessandro Tomasi. The bottom white is Ricardo Zorzi. And there in the purple and the yellow is going to be Golito Estredo. Let's not forget, top 4 make it through. So Tomasi right now on damage control.
There's the mark that they're going through in the center of our shot. Tomasi miles upwind from it. And the 4 athletes have really spread out. Zorzi's going to have this one in the bag. Estredo looks comfortable to go through as well. But what's going to happen for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions? Tomasi bringing himself back into the mix.
He is. He's overtaken Viamet, and he's now looking to hunt down Granda. Tomasi right behind him. But this is the zigzag section, so quite hard to get the overtaking. Right now he would be in that safe spot. So making up the distance. Oh, and he tacks on the inside. Takes the wind as well.
Really nice sailing from Tomasi. So a mistake in the pump, but has able to sail himself back into third position. And it's now VMA, who was so strong in the pump section to ruffle Tomasi's feathers, who is going to be eliminated. To take the victory in this one over the line, quite easy for Ricardo Zorzi. And Golito Estredo in second position. And it will be Tomasi in third. Can Luca VMA snatch fourth position? No. And the final leg, no doing. Grande will go through and VMA eliminated.
There you go, your top 5. And what a battle and an unusual forced error there from Tomasi. The last 2 eliminations he's won, but in the end got through. As we mentioned time and time again, it really doesn't matter what place you finish in, as long as you're in those top 4 in round number 1 and the semi-finals. It is in the final where you are really hunting down. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat.
Yeah, I don't know why they ended up so far away from the committee boat, but all sort of stuffed together, stealing each other's air. Tomasi sailed the best on the inside, but it was this downward leg coming up where he was then sort of, weak, to be fair. Maybe the wind being taken from him by Granda there. Not by Granda, sorry. But then, at the start of the pump track, he was not happy. And by the end, he was not sailing at all. Good comeback, though, from the Italian. Back up to third spot.
As you say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And he made it into that safe zone. But Ricardo Zorzi getting the win there. So now we will be moving on to semi-final number 1 of the women here for the elimination number 5. And let's have a look at the overall of the women as they are back after that discard of elimination number 4 to see how the ranking stands here in your Fuerteventura World Cup. So there you can see Nia Suarez is in first position so far. Kylie Belouve in second. Third position, Mar de Arce. And fourth position is going to be Viola Lipic. Of course, Nia Suarez has 3 wins and she's dropped the second place. Kylie Belouve has a second, a first, a third, and she would have dropped the fourth while she's in second. And Mar, consistent through third and seconds. Let's not forget, we're going to try and make it through to that 7th elimination, and then there would be 2 discards.
So Viola's got 13 points there, Manon Dupé with 15, and then Anna Rio and Bo with 16. So that 4th spot, that 4th place in the main final that's coming up tomorrow, is really up for grabs between those 4 athletes, with a bit of a gap, 5-point gap to Mar, and then another couple of points to Kylie with near a perfect score. Here is what we're going to see in the first of our semi-finals. Mar and Kylie, Anne Viola, Chantel Ferrero, Lilu Balanca, Ellen and Leonie.
And there we can see no flags are up as we are getting ready in that final minute for them to come towards us as we continue on here. And there we can see Luca Viamet just not being able to get into those semi-finals. We saw him one of the top freestylers as well, but yet on the racing side, just not being able to get into those top heats to be able to continue on with his battle. And here we come.
Watch that orange kite on the left-hand side. Chantel's always very, very strong with her starts. The sailing more tricky. Kylie to the right. Chantel in the middle. And here they come to the line.
3, 2, 1, go!
And once again, look how good Chantel Ferreira is at the front of your shot. No, that's Viola.
And there you can see, Viola Lipic there at the bottom, the Lu Balanca there at the top. We can see Mar de Arce here already leading so far, but Kylie Belouve looking like she's starting to gain some speed, and she's pumping because she wants to make it to that mark first. Is Mar opening up? You can see her going a little way, a little look back there to see where she stands, but it is going to be Kylie Belouve who gets that first position. Second position is going to be Mar de Arce. Third is going to be Viola Lipic, and there we can see Lilu Balanca with the ozone in fourth, and Anna Rios there with the Sigmaui.
Yeah, don't forget, we're going to get 4 through into the small final, 4 through into the main final. A change at the front as Kylie goes quite wide and less distance travelled by Ma, who loses her balance in the pump section. Kylie's got the momentum, and here comes Kylie back, but she really doesn't have her wing in a very comfortable position there. And Ma's down. Ma's swimming now.
All of them are down. Viola's down. Kylie just at the end, so she's going to be the first one. Can she get back up on the foil? Yes, she can. So Kylie Malouf in first position. Looks like, and Rio, no, she goes down as well. There we can see Chantal Ferreira. So every single athlete has gone down in the pumping section of the women.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes. Obviously very, very tricky for our athletes. Kylie now sailing towards the wind, coming down towards the beach. Ignore those 2 boys for the moment. She's heading off to the left-hand side. And it is going to be Kylie at that mark. Second position will be Viola. Third is Ma. She got back up into third position. I think she has, hasn't she?
She has, yeah.
So good recovery.
Third is Ma. And wait a minute, because, Ma is actually closer to that mark. Is she going to be able to get there in front of Viola? It's going to be close, because now she's going to tack. So Viola second, and Arce is going to be in third as she tacks her way around.
But of course, that cut-off point is at fourth. And I think Ma may have dropped off the foil again just a little bit. It's a good battle, actually, for fourth position. Ana Rio desperately trying to get through on Lilo Balanca. Balanca giving loads of racing room, if you want to call it that. Was that Chantal? I think that's Chantal, who was stronger in the pump section. So maybe Chantal getting her first appearance. Nice bit of breeze for them. You can see that darker patch of water. Ma is going to be third position for and going through into another final. So all of that drama in the middle doesn't matter at all. Kylie is going to take the victory over the line. Second position here for number 58, Viola Lipic, the Austrian. And Ma de Las will be in third position. But the question is, who will be that last athlete going into the final? And who will be presented just the opportunity to finish 9th and beyond? There is Ma de Las over the line with a swim, but qualifies anyway. And I think Ana Rio's got advantage, yes, because Chantal's back down in the water again. So Ana Rio comes around the final mark, looks over her shoulder, and there is no one around her, so she's safely through into the final.
Well, there we are, our top 4. As you say there, Ben, making their way into the final as the flag is already up on the committee boats. As we will now move in to semi-final number 2 of the women. With less than 2 minutes to go as they are speeding up the transitions in between heats.
So Leonie, Hélène, Lilou Balanca and Chantal Ferreira going into the small final of that one. And here are those who are in this semi-final. Nia, Bowen, Manon, Zara, Lilou David, Sophia Gitzinger and Zoe Sosa. Should be an interesting little battle because we've seen Zara getting through into the main final before, but not consistently. Same applies to Lilou David and same applies to Sophia Gitzinger. Suarez, Bowen and Manon would be expected to get into the main final. We have seen Zara in the main final, but she just scraped herself in. And again, if you are not strong in pumping, then it is a huge disadvantage in this discipline that has that element necessitated.
And there we can see the athletes as they go away with less than a minute to go. So on the left there, we can see there's going to be Sophia Gitzinger, Lilou David there in the middle. You can see Bowen van der Linden, Sarah Mayat, as Bowen is going to be number 25. So that's Sarah on the left there. So she's going to be with the pink helmets. And now they turn around and start to come towards us as we are moments away from that green flag.
Nice and spread out. No one particularly on top of each other, although Zara and Manon look pretty close to each other.
10 seconds.
As they come towards the boat. Have they got this time correctly?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop!
I mean, they are miles off of the starting line there from the beginning, but at the top near Swadia, here we can see is going to be Sofia and Manon also there in the mix. We can see the two Armstrong athletes starting to make their way. Nia having a little look behind her to see where everybody is.
Wondering where everybody is, because she is miles ahead with a big smile on her face. She's asking the drone to go a little bit faster, I think. Bo just behind her wing had a relatively good start upwind of the downwind, of the rest, but a really nice first leg from Manon Dupé, who goes into Mark 1 as second position. Bo, I think, is the third, the Armstrong athlete, and her teammate Zara in fourth.
Yeah, and there we can see Sofia. She makes around that mark as well. Oh, cheeky little corner there from her. Lilo David there at the back as well. But Swadiath in first now. The pump track. Here you can see Bo opening up to be able to get a little bit more speed. Manon on the bottom side. Whoa, look at the power from Van der Linden out the back.
Got to keep this rhythm up, but she carried good speed into it, so she can carry on with that already. Sailing again as a mistake there from Manon Dupé, but that was lovely from Bo. That's exactly what she wanted. And Manon Dupé now getting back into sailing setup in third position. I think Giesinger has got up to fourth position ahead of Zara in that pumping section. The 25-year-old ex-skier has been done by an 11-year-old in the pumping section.
Yeah, we saw the tack there from Swadiath. Just going across the bottom of our screen there. Speedy Gonzalez. So on the bottom left-hand corner in the middle is going to be your leader, Nia Swadiath. In the top corner is going to be Manon Dupé. Here in the middle is going to be Bowen van der Linden. Sofia taking quite an open arc there at the bottom. We're going to see her reappear on the screen, and she has done very well.
I wondered whether she was sailing really nice and close to the wind there, and she was. Oh. She might snatch this position from Bowen down the inside into the mark. Looks over her shoulder, and nice and respectful there. Sees Bowen with more speed coming around her. But watch out for Giesinger on the upwind marks, because she really knows how to do that.
The 11-year-old.
Yeah. Well, she's out-pumped Zara, and now she's out-sailed Bowen, or nearly.
What a move. 11 years of age, and to know the technicality of that, to really know how to get to that mark, just shows the quality of this youngster. But, hey, she did take Costa Brava there at the youths.
Bo through these jibes and heading her way home. We've already got, no, we haven't quite got, but very nearly, Nia Suarez to the finish. Here she comes, cruising and not troubled whatsoever. A nice run by the dominant Spaniard.
Almost looking like she was about to order a coffee, chilling our way to the finish line. Van der Linden is going to be closing this one as out.
In second position.
In second position. I tell you what, Sofia Giesinger. Yes. What a run.
So Manon Dupé was the loser, really, going down into the upwind mark. And she does come over in fourth position, so she does qualify through. Zara Maya, I'm afraid, not through. Neither for Lilu David or Zoe Sosa. Semi-final number 1 then, and the yellow flag already up. Escofet, Gasparini, Sosa, Tieles, Campuzzo, May, Umeda, and Victor Larue through into semi-final number 1. So we have had somebody disqualified, I think, from those heat wins. So I think that Sebastiano Zorzi, maybe by participating in the wrong heat, has been removed from this elimination. And because of that, Victor Larue has been put in his place. Because on my computer screens, and if you are looking at Wingfoil World Tour, you have all the graphics for you. his name mentions, but our graphic, Victor Larue, is he out there? Okay, so I'm not quite sure where the Victor Larue information came from, but Sebastiano Zorzi is out there in place of Victor Larue.
Yeah, trying to get the information in, as you say.
And that's the start.
We are ready. So green flag is in the sky. Green flag is in the sky as we go. So that is Sebastiano Zorzi. He is in the water. That is without a doubt number 57 there on the right-hand side. So your top athlete at the right is going to be Bastien Escoffier. Francesco Capuzzo with the blue in the middle. Luca Gasparini there. But once again, you can see Francesco having a look and going, where is my teammate? So Capuzzo, Escoffier, Gasparini, Sosa, your top 4.
Curious to see how these two Gong athletes played out. They were so tight to each other the last time they saw each other. But it is advantage Capuzzo after that first leg. And now into the pumping zone. Certainly not as close as they were the last time we saw them. Sosa in 4th. Will be going through into the final. Martin Tieles here in 5th position. Looked a bit off balance as he went into the pumping zone. And this really taking it out of your legs. Now comes the sailing once more. Capuzzo pumping his way upwind. And look how tight they're able to do. Bastien Escoffier is trying to do what he did last time, isn't he?
He is absolutely. Look at the difference. He's pumping. He's pushing. Is he going to have to? I mean, he is already, what would you say, 10 to 15 meters further upwind than the rest of the pack. But now Capuzzo has turned around, so obviously the shift wasn't there. He took the opportunity before, but Capuzzo reading this one perfectly. First Capuzzo, second Escoffier. Looking like, yep, so that's going to be Luca Gasparini and Ancor Sosa there in the back.
Yeah, I think there's a little stumble from Sosa as he tacked there. Luckily, didn't fall off the wing, so stays in 4th position and will be moving through into the final. Martin Tieles behind him. No sign of Malik Umeda, so I think he may have gone down in the pumping area. And Benjamin May is going to be missing out. Again, on a lighter wind day. We saw Ben so good yesterday in the slightly stronger winds, but today really struggling, the German. And he is going to be going into the small final. He's sitting in 6th position there. Nice and clean through these jibes. It's hard to make up ground here. We just need to make sure you're nice and tight, but Capuzzo comes across the line. He goes through to the final alongside his teammate Bastien Escoffier. And I don't think we're going to see much change behind for the men. The jibe turns nice and good, but it's tight between 3rd and 4th. And Sosa gets himself into the final as well with Luca Gasparini.
It's really, you can see the difference when they know they're in that top 4 and they're getting through, because when it comes to that final, elbows, knees, anything goes. You can really see them getting together and playing the game. But once again, Bastien had a little look-see at that upwind to see if he can do the same as before. But Capuzzo there really throwing it in. And now semi-final number 2 coming up. Roman Gio, Julian Ratotti, Giulio Gasparini, Alberto Sizia, Riccardo Zorzi, Goyito Estredo, Alessandro Tomasi, and Angel Granda for your semi-final number 2.
Expecting to see Gio and Ratotti through. Expecting to see Riccardo Zorzi. And in theory, Golito Estredo as well. Here's some highlights of what we saw from the last one as we're getting ready for the next one. And pretty good in the end. The first 4 through the first mark were the first 4 at the finishing line.
Yeah, you could see here, this is where Bastien was a little further up on this perspective. He was pumping as he did before, but in the end, Capuzzo taking the win, Escoffier seconds, and there you can see 3rd and 4th position, Gasparini and Ancor Sosa, as we are going back to the committee boat. Yellow flag in the air. And mention him one more time. Roman Gio, Julian Ratotti, Giulio Gasparini, Alberto Sizia, Riccardo Zorzi, Goyito Estredo, Alessandro Tomasi, Angel Grande. Let's not forget, in that previous heat, Alessandro Tomasi, who has won the last 2 eliminations, went down on the pumping trap and almost cost him his semi-final ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. There are mistakes to be made out there, whoever you are. Quite sure why Malo Genole is getting himself ready. He's part of our freestylers, but not part of the Freefly Slalom. So just going out for a sesh with the boys.
Training, because let's not forget next week over there in Gran Canaria and Playa del Burrero, we will have the final event of the season of the surf freestyle discipline, where we will be crowning our world champion. So boys going to go and, as you say, have a little training session. Less than 60 seconds to go. Semi-final number 2 of the men.
Ratotti and Gio in this one. Golito Estredo 7th overall at the moment. Luca Gasparini 11th, but it's Giulio Gasparini we'll see in this one down in 13th position. Could be a good battle then for that final spot into the final. And as we've seen already, nothing necessarily follows the form either. I feel as though our athletes quite far away from the line for the start. Now they start bunching up together. Ratotti in the middle there with the zebra stripes on his wing. And now they start pumping and heading towards the line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop!
Oh, very slow at the top mark, and that's really compromised the first 2 to the line because they had to slow down. But it's competitive right in the middle.
Yeah, we can see Ratotti there with the black on the bottom, with the white, the nil pride there in the middle. That is going to be Riccardo Zorzi. Behind him with the ozone is going to be Angel Grada up the top. Alessandro Tomasi, Goyito Estrada with the purple and yellow duotone. But watch out, Roman Gio moves into second place, and he has the speed. Ratotti responds as they now make their way up to the top. It all becomes in the pumping, and look at that, Goyito overtaken with a beautiful battle there with Tomasi. Here we go.
Blocking Tomasi. Tomasi can't really see where Golito Estrada is to tack into this next mark. He really got crowded out at the top mark, and that's pushed him into 5th position. Don't forget the top 4 to the final.
Okay, so he's changing his feet mid-pump so he can get the speed. That's what the mistake was before, so he didn't make that. Look at Alessandro push. Look at the difference on the upwind ability that he has here. Now it all depends. Ratotti's the first one to turn. There we can see Zorzi looking back. Tomasi equals it out. That is going to be there. It is Roman Gio.
Loads of distance lost by Estredo, who's gone really, really far away from the mark, and he's going to, I think, drop into 5th position, and that crucial 5th position.
Yeah, but watch out, because there you can see at the top, is Tomasi going to have enough speed to overtake on the corner? Yes, he is. So, Julian Ratotti in first, Roman Gio in second, in 3rd position is Alessandro Tomasi, and in 4th is Riccardo Zorzi.
Yeah, Riccardo Zorzi overnight was in 3rd position, but he hasn't had a good morning so far, or good afternoon so far. Has got himself back up into 4th position, looks over his shoulder to see that really lots of water given away by Golito Estredo, who sits in 5th position.
Goyito Estredo just going down out of the corner of my eye at that mark. So Estredo not going to be making it through to the final. But there you can see your 1, 2, 3, and 4 as they just surround that final mark. And a home straight for them. So there again, Julian Ratotti in first, Roman Gio in second, Alessandro Tomasi in third. And crossing the line is going to be Riccardo Zorzi to close it out. Tight heat.
Yeah, and Tomasi again, not with the greatest start, slightly compromised going down towards Mark 1. He was in 5th position there at Mark 1 and had to fight his way back again after an error. Golito Estredo sailing very, very well up towards Mark 1, but then on the upwind leg, giving away a lot of ground to the rest, was not able to be as tight to the wind as the other 4 athletes, and that drop into 5th and probably gave him a bit of pressure. But look at Tomasi here, so slow, almost touching the mark.
Yeah, it's almost like he had to slow down because he was going to go over early, and especially in these lighter conditions, if you don't have that momentum, then it is very hard to get it back. Yeah, he's been solid. I mean, winner of the last 2 eliminations, but 2 costly mistakes for him in this elimination, number 5. But it ain't over to the buzzer. Where it all comes down to it is in the grand final that he has made his way into. Maybe he were, third time lucky, get it done and get another elimination under his belt. So there we can see, it looks like some talks out on the committee boat. as we would now continue on with the mini final. So losers final of the women would be coming up next. And here we have it. Hélène Simonet, Zara Marad, Chantal Ferrero, Lilu David, Lilu Balanca, Zoe Sosa, and Leonie Trondola. Those are going to be the athletes battling it out from 9th onwards here in this elimination number 5.
Pretty much those are the athletes in the second half of our general classifications. Just Zara Maillard in 8th position at the moment, ahead of Sophia Giesinger, but Giesinger had such a strong semi-final in this elimination that she finds herself up there in the final for the 3rd time across our eliminations. But Balanca, Trondel, David, Ferrero, Simone and Sosa is the order, and the AP flag goes up. So the committee boat not happy at the moment with something, and so we await to see the news. Small final then, followed by the main final. We are expecting or hoping to do another 2 of these eliminations today. Wind conditions getting better for tomorrow. Should see consistent 20s tomorrow. It's not still Fuerteventura, which means strong wind. Sort of Vento means wind as well. It's not quite the tradition that you would expect. And we do have a horn up in the air. So we are expecting the AP goes down. So just a slight delay in proceedings.
Yeah, so there you can see AP down. So 1 minute to red flag, and we'll continue on in sequence. Small final of the women. So less than a minute, and we will be back in sequence here. GWA Wingfoil Fuerteventura World Cup, your Freefly Slalom discipline. Elimination number 5.
Run through that order as we have it for the women before the end of this elimination. Swadiath with a perfect score because she has 3 wins and a second that she ignores because you can drop 1 score. When we get to 7, you're allowed to drop 2 scores. If we get to 7, there's no guarantee, but that's the aim. And so at the moment, with 3 wins and a second, she loses her second position. And she basically, at the moment, is with a perfect score ahead of Kylie Beleuvre and then Mar Delaf. 3 minutes until the start. It's that battle for 4th position, the final position into the main finals tomorrow. We have 4 athletes that go into that final competition. And the 4th position in the women's is duped out by Bowen van der Linden, Anna Rio, Manon Dupé, and Viola Lipic. There's only a couple of points between them all. And consistently, they are always in that main final, as they are in this elimination number 5. So that will be, I imagine, the aim of all of those athletes. It's going to be hard to trouble Marla, hard to trouble Kylie and Nia, but certainly battle on for 4th position. And then, of course, they'll fight out for the podiums positions tomorrow in what hopes to be slightly stronger conditions.
Yeah, forecast is saying that in the afternoon the wind is going to be picking up. So that's, as you said there, Ben, that's going to be the initial plan. But Mother Nature is always boss. Winds pretty consistent out there right now, as it is around that 16 to 18 knots. So an occasional gust of around 20 to 21 of the last readings. But yep, all of our female athletes are on 4.5s and the men's 5s to 5.5s and 6s.
Now starting to get more and more confused as to how Bastien Escoffier was able to run that line, because we've seen no other race, no other heat that has had the same opportunity, or maybe there was the opportunity but there hasn't been taken. But he, if you have just joined us, was able to run the upwind leg without attack. He came straight out of the pump, straight down to the next mark. Nobody else in the heat was able to do the same thing. And we haven't seen anyone or him do it since. So a fluky shift that we haven't seen since.
Yeah, and also, you know, having the ability to read it.
Yeah.
So he had the ability to read it, to know where he was and what was happening. And what he did, he actually went to the top of the pump track and made the jibe. We saw similar things happening into Tomasi there, that they make the switch of the feet and the jibe during their pumping, which is a risky business, but then it puts you in perfect position as soon as you are a centimeter away that line to be able to really yank and get as close to that mark as possible. Hey, paid off, took the win by a mile, but now we continue on. Small final of the women as they come towards us.
Some of these women with gymnastic backgrounds won't help you so much in this particular discipline. But the ski cross discipline that we saw
5,
Lilou
4,
David's
3, 2, 1.
very successful junior in ski cross, and that will help her in this particular discipline, whether it be the pump or whether it be the fight down into the first mark.
All right, so there we can see Argentina. Chantal Ferreira there out the front. There is Lulu Balanco, who's going to be overtaking with the orange ozone. Behind is Lilou David. There we can also see in the mix is going to be Leonie Trondol. And on the left-hand side is going to be Zara Meyer, as you can see there with the Armstrong. But right now, your leader on the right-hand side of your screen, Lilou Balanco, number 51, as she is going to be the first sailor to make it to that mark, number 1. And on her way up to that pumping track, switches the feet. So she is probably going to be entering this one regular. And you can see some of them decide to stay on that switch stance. Some of them don't. Let's see how they make their way across, because on that previous heat, not a single athlete made it through that pumping track.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
All right,
Look how
Lilou
far away
taking...
they've gone to make that jibe.
Oh, look at Lilou on the going literally at the very bottom. You can see Balanca at the top. But now, that board starting to make contact, and they are down. So we can see every single athlete.
Good work from Chantal Ferrero, though. She's got herself...
Zara.
Has she got through? Zara's just flying through.
Zara is through. So Zara and Sofia. Pump, pump, pump. Oh, so Zara is the only athlete to make it all the way through. Sofia is across the line, so she's just going to want to get back up on the full. And it looks like, yep, so there... Oh, it's all changing.
Battle
Look at
for
this.
second position is quite fierce, to be fair, but Zara Meyer has done a perfect job in the pump track. Now just needs to bring it home. And as long as she doesn't give away too much water here, she's not anywhere near the wind in comparison to the women behind who are able to sail much, much closer to the wind. Needs to get that tack in, needs to go back towards the mark. Otherwise, she's giving away too much ground. Now, is that Chantal Ferreira with the pink wing?
No, we can see that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, yes, that's going to be Trondal. That's going to be Leonie Trondal there. Behind her is going to be Hélène Simonet. And here you can see Zara Meyer is going to be the closest one to the mark, as that's just about going to start to appear on our screen here as they're going to go down. And I can hear the red flag is coming up in the air as we continue on here for your small final.
Meyer with a mammoth advantage, but no one particularly sailing that upwing leg as efficiently as possible. Lilou David comes to the mark second, so she sailed it well. She's got herself up into second position. Trondel it is in third position then. She was very strong in the pumping section. And then Hélène Simonet, who was very strong in the pumping section to get herself up into fourth position, but given water away in that upwind section by not being able to be as close to the wind as the others. There's your top four. No sign of Ferrero, no sign of Balanca, who was the first to the first mark. And here is Zoe Meyer, who is definitely on the cusp of being a consistent finalist, but just missing out every so often. Comes across the line. She takes the victory, as she has done before. And in second position, it looks like it will be Lilou David, who sailed that upwind very well. I was saying that she was an ex-professional ski cross athlete. Her mother, Ophélie, very, very famous in France for freestyle and ski, but showing her sailing proficiency as well on that uplink. upwind. Leona Trundell comes across the line and she gets herself a third position. A better result for Leonie. Back to one of her best results, which was in Elimination 2 in 10th spot. AP flag back up for the women's final. And waiting to get our top 8 women underway. I can hear on the radio that I think that's about to go down. So it was just a hold. They started the sequence perhaps a little bit too energetically. And so we can have a look at the replays of that last one and the graphics for the next one. So look at this start then. Yet again, really, really good start from Chantel. Zara closest to us. And actually, as we got to the first mark, it was Lilu Balanka who was strong through the first mark. Chantel's second and Lilu David in third position. Zara's around that first mark in fifth spot. But look how much water the first two gave Lilu David to go up into first position, coming into the pumping zone. No sign of Zara until now. She's in the pumping zone now, but all of the athletes ahead of her all end up in the water. And with a little bit of a breeze, look at that darker patch of water. She won't be using it because the kite is in its neutral position, so it's not powered up. But she had breeze pushing her along. And there was Lilu David taking the victory. Amazing how it all turns around, how on each individual leg we have different strengths. So it looks like we've got the women out there for their final. So we're not going to the men's small final. We're moving over. We're not going to the men's small final. We are going over to the women's final. My bad. No, it is as we were expecting, the small final for the men. Sorry, I saw Anna Rio sailing around with her camouflage wetsuit on and thought we were going to the women's. But no, the order as we expected then. Small final for the men's. Martin Thieles, Benji May, Sebastiano Zorzi, Malik Umeda into the small final. Giulio Gasparino, Angel Granda, Alberto Sitzer, and Golito Estrella will be disappointed to be in this one. He's the favourite to win this.
Yeah, he fell off on that top mark and wasn't able to, just didn't get in there, but not on the overall. He's still doing well, and let's not forget, we will be continuing on. The idea is to go through to elimination number 7. And here, less than 2 minutes to go. Great to see Malik as he was pushing through as well. Your Vayu riders out there on the X-Race. And there, Benjamin May also up around in the mix.
Yeah, not a stronger day today for Benji. Definitely was stronger yesterday. It's not much different in terms of conditions. I was saying it was stronger conditions yesterday, but barely. And I wonder whether it's quite a strong German that he does need that stronger wind. He loves his big air, does Benji May. And that implies to me that he likes very windy conditions.
Absolutely. I mean, the boy goes huge. The guy can fly. But at the moment, as we can see them making their way around, as they start to make their way towards the committee boats, as we are moments away from that green flag. Here we go. Small final of the men.
Pumping their way towards the line, trying to find themselves a little bit of water.
3, 2, 1, stop.
Not a bad start. A bit delayed for the guys down closest to us, but at the back, at the top of shot, as he was in the last race, Estredo is leading.
Yeah, there you can see. So it's going to be Estredo there in first position. Giulio Gasparini there second with the Sab on the left-hand side in the white. That's going to be Angel Granda We can see Sebastiano Zorzi there in the mix as well as they start to make their way. So Estredo, oh, sneaky there from Gasparini, Granda, Zorzi. Oh, there was a crash there on that mark. Who is that who's gone down?
Tieles?
That is Tieles, yep. Well seen. So Tieles and Zorzi starting to make a move. Here comes the pump track. Look at Goyito go.
It's amazing how differently the men attack the entrance to that to the women. The women give it so much wide berth before coming in. But these men, also they don't have their wings in front of them like some of the women do. They're able to carry the speed so that it trails behind or at least to the side of them. Oh, is that down? Is that a crash on the right-hand side? Yes, it is. Well, it is now. Took a while. And Granda's down.
Oh, such a shame. So, okay, Zorzi decided to attack earlier. There we can see the change of the feet. Gasparini. But right now, that man there, it is going to be Goyito Estredo, who is in the lead. But he's tacked around again now. These two on the outside. This is going to be close to this, Mark. This is going to start to get close.
Bit of attacking match between the two of them. And look how fourth place steams in, the crash is down. And there's been a shift of the wind as well because suddenly our two athletes are having to attack again. They can't get to the mark.
Look at this. Oh, it's drama out on the course. It is. Yep, there is.
Can we get to the
mark? Can he get it?
mark?
Yes, he does. All right, so it's going to be Sebastiano Zorzi. What an absolute change-up. Giulio Gasparini in third position. I got a feeling that's Alberto Cincia.
I think he might have been one that hasn't had an error. And he wasn't into the upwind leg to be caught out by that gust that just shifted everybody around, including one athlete in the water. But missing all of that drama. We're going to have Estredo as the favourite come across the line to win this small final. But I tell you what, no one predicted the drama that was going to happen in that upwind leg. We didn't have it yesterday, and I love it. Well done to Bo for suggesting it over dinner. Whether the race director wanted it or not, it was heavily suggested and was a brilliant idea.
And there we can see as the athletes start to make their way to the mark. As they come through, Sebastiano Zorzi, and a red flag for the next heat is already up as we will have our women's final coming up next.
Gasparini over the line there. Ian, I think that was third position. There are the women. Tieles went down in that one. Granda went down as well. Sitzer found himself up in fourth position by the end. This was the start. No one giving too much elbows. And it does seem Estredo up there closest to the first jibe. That seems to be the preferred angle, doesn't it?
Mm. Yeah, you can see a lot of the top athletes are starting off at their top. Let's not forget a couple of eliminations before they were even going down. And look at Tieles. Oh, what a crash. And this is where it all started to shift and go sideways.
I think that was definitely a shift in the wind that caught him out, wasn't it? He suddenly got catapulted into the water, and that was attack where suddenly they ended up completely having to go a different direction.
Yeah, definitely looking like they had to manage with some conditions out there, but
boom.
We continue on. Next up, your final of the women, and there we can see Goyito Estredo and Sebastiano Zorzi, Giulio Gasparini, and Alberto Cincia. As we go back out to the committee boats, yellow flag up in the sky. And here we have it. Kylie Belouv, Nia Suarez, Viola Lipic, Bowen van der Linden, Mar de Arce, Sofia Giesinger, Anna Rio, and Manon Dupé for your final.
The outlier there, Sofia Giesinger, with a really, really strong small semi-final to get herself into this one. The battle between Kylie and Nia continues. Mar was strong in her last of her heats. The semi-final that got her into this. And don't forget that battle for fourth position overall. Viola, Bowen, Anna Rio, and Manon Dupé. All within a couple of points of each other. So every single position counts for points in these small finals and finals. And you cannot afford to make an error. You cannot afford to drop off the foil, especially when it comes into that pumping zone. And I wonder how much the women have been watching how the men attack that. Get close to that first red buoy. Don't give up too much water and
10
distance.
seconds.
Boat to the far right hand of your picture. Manon Dupé
5,
to the
4,
left.
3, 2, 1.
All right, so we have a good start. And look at Kylie already out in front in the yellow helmet with the duotone. That's going to be Marta de Arce. Just behind her, or in front of her, is going to be Nia Suarez, Bowen van der Linden there at the back. But Kylie attacking early. Great start here for her.
Yeah, not a great position for Nia Suarez to be in. She's trailing in the turbulence of Kylie, and she's got interference a little bit from Mara as well. Sort of kind of boxed in there. Those are the three that get to the mark first, though, as we've expected to see across the full of this competition.
Yeah, and an important moment here for Kylie as well. Let's not forget, Nia has 3 wins. Kylie has 1. This could put her back right up into contention. It's always a battle in between these two for that top section. Now, all the way at the top, pumping has started. Changes the wind and starts to pump her way around. But look at Suarez as she knows that she has a little bit of advantage on the pumping track. The question is can Kylie get it first? Yes, she does. Nia, we have a battle on our hands. It's going to come to tactics for that mark number 5.
Let's have a look at how they sail this one. And Manon Dupé is out. That's a real shame from Dupé because she's part of that fight. So Bowen up into 4th position in the back of shot. And they're all sailing it pretty equally. Mara's got a good shift for her. And she is able to get closer to the mark here. Bo will be following her. But look at how different it is. Closer down towards our screen. Closer to the beach.
Yeah, okay. So, interfering there. So we have Marta de Arce at the top. Nia is on the bottom. So if Nia can keep that upwind, little bit of, you can see patchy here on the inside. But it is going to be Kylie Belouv, and she has timed this one very nicely. Look at the advantage. We got about 3 meters. Nia just touching down, managing to avoid that mark. Kylie Belouv in 1st position, going into the zigzag.
But Bo up to 3rd position ahead of Marta de Arce here. This is the best result for her, but she's in the switch position. That can't be particularly comfortable for her. It'd be better once she gets into the next mark. Now she's more comfortable and covering off Marta de Arce for 3rd position. She said, I've never been 8th. And she's now in the top 3. Much better result for her, a much better sail upwind.
Nia was looking to attack there on the bottom, but Kylie pulling away. One more jibe. Can she make this one while she makes her way into that 1st position as we follow the leader? There it is. So Kylie Belouv has, with a beautiful start, has taken elimination number 5.
Yeah, you could see the determination, especially in the pump from her. She really, really needed to do that. And Bo has sailed well. She's got herself maybe. The way that the two of them. And a big crash there for Mara at the end.
She went for it.
She absolutely committed to trying to get in front of Bowen van der Linden at the line. Didn't quite make it. I tell you what, it's true. She was saying about being the goofy versus the regular. It just looks very uncomfortable when she's trying to power towards the line and the other is in a nice comfortable position and she's goofy.
Wow, what a race from the beginning, and it all came from the start. Kylie, if she can get that lead from that 1st position, she really does start to perform. You can see, look at that. She's about a full board length ahead, timing that line very nicely. Defended here. Nia attacked on the middle sections, was a little faster on the pumping, but then we could see there Manon Dupé going down. And it was in that center section of the competition area where this athlete, Kylie Belouv, made her way in 1st, Nia Suarez in 2nd. So that has kept the battle alive for 1st and 2nd place on the overall ranking.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe a little bit of an advantage to Bo as well by being in that 3rd position. I didn't see who ended up in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th because there was all kinds of chaos going on. But we know that Manon probably was down in 8th position because we saw her in the water. Viola got a great start, but then we saw nothing more of her. And we never saw any much of Ana Rio either. Here is the final for men's Freefly Slalom elimination number 5. Capuzzo and Escoffier, the 2 teammates, Gasparini Luca and Corsosa Julian Ratotti and Romain Gio. From the other half of the draw, Alessandro Tomasi also there, and Riccardo Zorzi.
Yeah, that is right. Alessandro Tomasi not having the best heats in this elimination, but he is the winner of the previous 2 eliminations, number 3 and number 4. Can he make the hat trick? We will soon find out. There we can see Zara Mayed and Lilou David looking like they're getting some energy. A little bit of fruit before they go out. Oh, thumbs up. Okay. She likes it.
Well, I think that may be thumbs up to Bo as she comes in. The 2 teammates are very, very close, supporting each other. And that was by far the best result for Bo and van der Linden than we have seen previously. Kylie also part of that little crew of women. And she comes in. You'd hope that she would be smiling a bit more, having just taken victory. And she really put herself in a strong position, because turbulence and stealing wind from others is, in the lighter conditions, even more of a factor.
30 seconds.
All right, so 30 seconds to the start. As there we can see the boys, Maxi Gomez and San Esteve, getting ready to put that green flag in the air. There we can see Anko Sosa with the Mantis Cabrina of Fuerteventura getting ready to rumble. Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop!
And again, up closest to the mark seems to be the preferred place to be, although Tomasi looks to be going a little bit faster. The second wing down.
Yeah, you can see Riccardo Zorzi, very nice start there for him. The battle, Tomasi there in second position. This is more of the Alessandro that we're used to seeing. Romain Gio there in the middle. Just behind him is going to be Julian Ratotti. And then Bastien Escofet and Francesco Capuzzo. Unusually in fifth and sixth position. They got some groundwork to do.
Yeah, not particularly well positioned on the start line. That's pushed them to 5th and 6th through that first mark. But there's now plenty of opportunity for improvisation. Gio and Ratotti in the middle of the screen going side by side for 3rd position. And now into the pump.
Yeah.
Where are the 2 Gong guys going?
I mean, we know that the pumping for the Gong athletes have been very fast, but they are way back right now. Oh, Romain Gio mixing out, and he is right on the mark, so that's going to cost a lot of athletes that extra meter. Bastien Escofet, you can see him pumping hard. Tomasi already made the switch.
Gasparini was down in the pumping area as well, so we lost 2 of our athletes through there. Who is going to be best down to the mark? Anybody be able to... We know the Gong athletes can sail closer to the wind. We've seen that already. But I'll tell you what, it could be anyone's right now. Tomasi, I think, still has the advantage.
Yeah, you can see Alessandro Tomasi does have the advantage. He has a little look-see to where everybody is, so he knows what is happening. It's going to be Riccardo Zorzi and Bastien Escofet back into 3rd. He's gone up 3 places just on that tactic.
A little bit wide into the entry to carry the momentum through. Very, very tight here. Oh, it was at a touch of the mark.
What a shame, because he had the speed and he was hunting Tomasi down. Bastien 3rd. Ratotti trying to hunt him down as well. But so far, Tomasi, I mean, if you're going to bring it, it's in the final.
Sailing in particular, just a little bit under pressure in that last jibe, but was able to cover off Riccardo Zorzi through that final jibe then. And it is going to be Tomasi again. Even with all those errors earlier on, it doesn't matter. What matters is now. What matters is the result here. And it's another victory for Tomasi. Zorzi back into his flow from yesterday. Escofet comes over the line in 3rd position. Ratotti 4th. And Capuzzo be upset with 5th. But from the very beginning, was not in a particularly strong spot. And we've still got 3 athletes out there somewhere. Anko Sosa, Luca Gasparini, and Romain Gio, who we saw dropping it in the pump area.
Well, there's the hat-trick. Alessandro Tomasi. What a performance in the final, as you mentioned there, Ben. We can see Anko Sosa just getting past. 2 mistakes that almost cost him the qualifying spots. But there he is, number 11 from Italy. Your Roberto Ricci design athlete. Alessandro Tomasi, 3 elimination wins already.
Surely that's going to put him up into a very, very strong position in that overall. Came into it in 2nd position anyway, behind Francesco by 1.4 points. And Francesco with a non-qualifier, don't forget, in elimination number 2. He didn't get into the final, so that's his drop score right now. So he'll have to carry that 6th position that he's just achieved as one of his scores, and that is going to drop him down behind Tomasi. There is no doubt about that. Well, if we can see some of the highlights of that final. And look at Tomasi's start. Not quite as good as Zorzi. Zorzi's were absolutely perfect, but the sailing up to the first mark was strong.
Yeah, you could see in the start there as well, both of the Gong athletes got caught behind Ratotti and Gio, when it's normally them who are in that commanding lead from the beginning. Here we saw Gio touch down, which lost him that momentum to be able to get the speeds, and Tomasi was the first athlete to make the switch.
I think Tomasi actually got past Zorzi because he went into the pump in second, came out of the pump in second, but it was the upwind leg where he was able to get ahead of that white wing. And that's where Riccardo Zorzi lost the win. But considering how difficult his morning has been, that will be a better result for Riccardo Zorzi. He'll be happy with that. And obviously with all those confusions around his brother as well, that would have been slightly not off-putting perhaps is the right word. Unsettling. And a big smile for Tomasi on the beach.
There you can see him. So 3 elimination wins there for that number 11. Alessandro Tomasi. As we continue on down here in Fuerteventura for your Freefly Slalom of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We will be right back as we continue on after this short commercial break.
Welcome to Vento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Vento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.